Nothing. Sa floor natin.
Meron na pala. Ay, hindi, iba pa. Hindi, yung pag binasa ko mamaya.
Additional reference.
Session resume, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take up additional reference of business and that the Secretary General be directed to read the same.
Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the measures.
Additional reference of business, bills on first reading. House Bill 5798, renaming the Municipality of San Isidro to Municipality of Sawata by Representative Alvarez Pantaleon.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill numbers 5799 to 582 and 5835, creating certain barangays in the provinces of Lanao del Norte and Nueva Ecija by Representative Alvarez Pantaleon and Vergara.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 5803, creating the Department of Disaster Resilience by Representative Subiri.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization, Committee on Disasters Management.
House Bill 5804, creating anti-drug abuse councils in all provinces, cities, municipalities, and barangays throughout the country by Representative Belmonte.
To the Committee on Dangerous Drugs.
House Bill 5805, institutionalizing a community-based drug rehabilitation program in every municipality and city in the Philippines by Representative Irize.
To the Committee on Dangerous Drugs.
House Bill 5806, creating the Schools of Future driven by Information and Communication Technology Transform Education by Representative De Los Santos.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 5807, regulating the fair rates of transport network companies and transportation network vehicle service, Representative Escudero.
To the Committee on Transportation.
5808, assisting young athletes by providing programs and incentives for their development by Representative Villa.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill 5809, establishing a technical education skills and development authority Provincial Training and Assessment Center in Bantay, Ilocos Sur, Representative Singson.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 5810, creating one additional regional trial court in First District of Misamis Occidental to be situated at Plaridel, Misamis Oriental, by Representative T. Diego.
to the Committee on Justice,
House Bill 5812, increasing further the maximum deposit insurance coverage by Representative Campus.
to the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries,
House Bill 5813, providing for a unified public bus service for the riding public by Representative Subiri.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill Number 5814, amending RA Number 7719, otherwise known as the National Blood Services Act of 1994.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill Number 5815, providing a standard of care for the treatment of persons with bleeding disorders. Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill Number 5816, integrating voter education in junior and senior high school curricula. Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill Number 5817, requiring every school to have at least one person certified in cardiopulmonary resuscitation and first aid while students are in attendance. Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill Number 5818, prohibiting discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation or gender identity or expression. Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Women and Gender Equality,
House Bill Number 5819, granting additional benefits to solo parents. Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Revision of Laws,
House Bill Number 5820, declaring March 21 of every year as National Solo Parents Day. Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Revision of Laws,
House Bill Number 5821, amending Articles 171 and 172 of RA Number 3815, otherwise known as the Revised Penal Code. Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Justice,
House Bill Number 5822, defining and penalizing criminal neglect of a vulnerable elderly person or a person with disability. Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Justice,
House Bill Number 5823, mandating the display of nutritional information on the menu of food establishment. Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill Number 5824, providing for the establishment of breast care centers in every region nationwide. Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill Number 5825, establishing the Office of Research of Women's Health. Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill Number 5826, establishing a refuge and assistance center for young pregnant women in every province, city, and municipality in the Philippines. Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Women and Gender Equality,
House Bill Number 5827, renewing the franchise granted to Sulu Tawi-Tawi Broadcasting Foundation Incorporated. Representative Tejada.
to the Committee on Legislative Franchise,
House Bill Number 5828, declaring January 24 as National Peace Day. Representative Zubiri.
to the Special Committee on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity,
House Bill Number 5830, declaring certain parcels of land of the public domain located within the territorial jurisdiction of the Lone Legislative District of the Province of Dinagat Island as alienable and disposable land open to disposition for agricultural, commercial, institutional, residential, industrial, public, and quasi-public. Representative Ecleo.
to the Committee on Natural Resources,
House Bill Number 5833, the revised charter of the Government in Service Insurance System. Representative Salceda.
to the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization,
House Bill Number 5834, strengthening the practice of guidance and counseling. Representative Lim Kay Chong.
to the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation,
House Bill Number 5836, amending Section 57 of RA Number 8754, otherwise known as the Charter of the City of Malolos. Representative C. Alvarado.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill Number 5837, amending Section 6 of RA Number 7743, otherwise known as an act providing for the establishment of congressional, city, and municipal libraries and barangay reading centers throughout the Philippines. Representative Basco.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill Number 5838, requiring the registration of all users and of subscriber identity module cards. Representative Yap Eric and Duterte.
to the Committee on Information and Communication Technology,
House Bill Number 5839, institutionalizing good manners and right conduct and character education in basic education curriculum. Representative Yap Eric and Taduran.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill number 5841, mandating the use of proceeds from the development, lease, or use of certain government properties for payment of pensions and other benefits of veterans. Representative Cabo Chan.
To the Committee on Veteran Affairs and Welfare.
House Bill number 5842, strengthening the forfeiture powers of the state. Representative Cabo Chan.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill number 5843, prohibiting no permit, no exam, or any such policy that prevents students of any education institution from taking their examinations due to unpaid tuition and other school fees. Representative Cabo Chan.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 5844, providing for a 20-year barangay development program. Representative Cabo Chan.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 5845, mandating all companies, service providers, industries, and other similar entities that use wires and/or cables, especially those that are engaged in business of providing telephone, cable, internet service, and power supply to the public, to relocate and/or install their wire and cable system underground. Representative Herrera D.
To the Committee on Information and Communication Technology.
House Bill number 5846, increasing the honorarium and Christmas incentives of barangay officials, including barangay tanods, members of the Lupon Tagapamayapa, among others, and granting other non-monetary benefits. Representative Herrera D.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 5847, prohibiting national government agencies from requiring the submission of a Philippine Statistics Authority certified birth certificate issued within the past 6 months. Representative Nieto.
To the Committee on Population and Family Relations.
House Bill number 5848, declaring December 4 of each year as a non-working holiday in all cities of Cebu and the province of Cebu, and a working holiday in the rest of the country in honor of the late Senator Sir Jing Osmeña Jr. Representative Delmar.
To the Committee on Local Government.
Resolutions. House Resolution 602, declaring the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability to investigate on the controversies on the use of funds allocated to host the 30th Southeast Asian Games. Representative Zarate, Castro France, Brosas, and Ilago.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 603, urging the Committees on Human Rights and Justice to jointly investigate on the role of specific government policy actions and agencies, particularly the National Task Force and End Local Communist Armed Conflict, in the increasing repression and harassment of political prisoners and further violations of their rights. Representatives Zarate, Colyamat, Castro France, Brosas, and Ilago.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 604, directing the House Committee on Women and Gender Equality to investigate on the proliferation of prostitution rings victimizing women for Philippine offshore gaming operators, workers with the end view of strengthening laws protecting women from human trafficking and sexual abuse. Representative Brosas, Zarate, Colyamat, and Ilago.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 605 and 625, recognizing and commending Roger Kasugay for winning the gold medal in the men's longboard surfing competition in the 30th Southeast Asian Games in San Juan, La Union, Philippines, and for his heroic deed of risking his life and his chance to win the surfing event in saving the life of an Indonesian competitor. Representative Albano Nieto.
To the Committee on Youth and Sport Development.
House Resolution 606, congratulating and commending the Philippine athletes for their excellent performance during the 30th Southeastern Games held in different venues in the country. Representative Bautista.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 607, urging the appropriate committees of the House to investigate in determining the need to reinstate the Bureau of Dental Services in the DOH and the increase of number of dentists working in the government. Representative Villa.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 608, commending and congratulating the Filipino athletes and the Philippine Southeast Asian Games Organizing Committee for the success of the 2019 Southeast Asian Games. Representative Castello.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 609, urging the proper committee of the House to investigate on the fraudulent disbursements committed by the Banco Filipino and its directors and officers prior to its closure. Representative Pineda, Datol, Lacson, Salo, and Bustos.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 610, urging the proper committee of the House to investigate on the dubious and suspicious unpaid loans extended by Banco Filipino to its owners, Alberto Bobby Aguirre, his heirs, relatives, and other directors and/or officers and related interests, proceeding from the unpaid dosary accounts of the bank. Representative Pineda, Datol, Lacson, Salo, and Bustos.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 611, directing the Committee on Muslim Affairs to investigate on the fraudulent schemes during the registration phase of the Hajj or annual Islamic pilgrimage, other anomalous practices on the selection and accreditation of travel agencies that handle the travel ticketing and reservation of pilgrims, misrepresentation in accommodations, and provisions of Medina, Mecca, Mina, and grave abuse in the Constitution, and composition of the supervisory groups committed by the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos in order to implement remedial measures that will put a quietus to the endless miseries being expressed by the Muslim Filipino pilgrims. Representative Tan Shari and Tan Shamir.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 612, urging strongly the DepEd, the DOH, and the NYC to address immediately the problem of rising cases of teenage pregnancies and human immunodeficiency virus infection among the youth by institutionalizing comprehensive age-appropriate sexual education and calling for the immediately interagency summit on sexual health awareness and protection and education. Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Population and Family Relations.
House Resolution 622, commending and congratulating the Filipino athletes from the province of Pangasinan for winning in their respective categories in the 2019 30th Southeast Asian Games. Representative Arenas.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 623, directing the Committee on Transportation to inquire on the alleged illegal charges being imposed by Grab to its consumers. Representative Castelo.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 624, congratulating and commending the Honorable Speaker, Alan Peter Compañero Cayetano, the Chairperson of the Philippine Southeastern Games Organizing Committee, and the Honorable Representative Abraham Bambol Tolentino, the Chairperson of the Philippine Olympic Committee, and the organizers for the success of the 30th Southeast Asian Games. Representative Nieto.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 626, directing the Committees on Basic Education and Culture, Higher and Technical Education, and other appropriate committees to investigate into the educational performance of the Philippines. Representative Berzaga.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 627, urging the House Committee on Games and Amusement to inquire on the compliance of integrated resorts and other casinos to the payment of audit of their tax remittances and revenues to the government. Representative Taduran.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message from the President. Message dated December 17, 2019, informing the House the necessity of the immediate enactment of House Bill number 5712.
To the Committee on Rules.
Messages from the Senate. Message dated December 16, 2019, informing the House that the Senate on even date passed SB number 1055.
To the Committee on Justice.
Message dated December 17, 2019, informing the House that the Senate on December 16, 2019, passed SB number 1074.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
Message dated December 17, 2019, informing the House that the Senate on December 16, 2019, passed SB number 1219.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Message dated December 17, 2019, informing the House that on December 16, 2019, the Senate designated Senators Cayetano, Recto, Marcos, Tolentino, Drilon as conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of Senate Bill 1074.
To the Committee on Rules.
Communications, letter dated November 19, 2019. Justiniana Elomorio, BSN RN Municipal Mayor, Sikatuna, Bohol, forwarding the report of the fund utilization and status of program project implementation for the quarter ended September 2019 on the LGSF.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Committee reports number 145 to 153 of the Committees on Public Works and Highways and Appropriations on House Bill number 5849, 25852, 1061, 1778, 5853, 5854, and 5855.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee reports of the Committee on Welfare and Children
Sana.
on House Bill number 137.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 155, the Committee on Transportation and the Committee on Appropriation on House Bill number 5420.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee report on number 156 on House Bill 4773 by the Committee on Transportation and the Committee on Appropriations.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee Report number 157 on the Committee of Transportation and the Committee on Appropriation on House Bill number 5519.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session.
Session suspended. So pagka
Hindi, depende.
Majority Leader.
Session resume.
Session resumes.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Bill number 5712 and request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure. So moved, Mr.
Is
Speaker.
there any objection? The Chair hears none. Motion is approved and the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 5712.
House Bill number 5712, an act modifying the salary schedule for civilian government personnel and authorizing the grant of additional benefits and for other purposes.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve on third and final reading House Bill number 5712 and request the Secretary General be directed to call the roll for nominal voting. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. Motion is approved and the Secretary General is directed to read the roll of members for nominal voting.
Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 5712. Abante, Baya, Villanosa, Abueg Zaldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Agabas, Agarao, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Senaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biason, Billones, Piron, Bolilla, Bondoc, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas,
Mr. Speaker, my vote is no, and I would like to explain my vote later.
Bustos, Bulot, Kabatbat, Kabutchan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Kawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz.
Mr. Speaker, ang kinatawang pong ito ay bumoboto ng no sa House Bill 5712. At ako po ay magpapaliwanag ng aking boto.
Castro, Fredinil, Cayetano Alan Peter Compañero, Cayetano Mariala Arni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizalde, Cuanco, Collantes, Crisologo, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Colyamat, Tagook,
Speaker, ang boto po ng kinatawang ito ay no at magpapahayag ako ng aking mamaya.
Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Datol, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Los Montalya, De Maporo Abdullah, De Maporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael III, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Ergel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Farinas Ria, Farinas Rudy Caesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Fer Julian, Fer Luis, Flores, Fong Juan, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Carlo, Go Rosetta, Gico, Gullas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Halus Hos, Javier, Jimenez, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad Labad, Lakson, Lakson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Liachon, Legarda, Lim, Lim Kai Chong, Lopez, Loyola, Losotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Magunda Dato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Mariño, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Nagaño, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez Malañaon, Huaminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padjernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sancopan, Santos Recto, Sarmento, Saulug, Savillano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Tambut, Tijada, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Nabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Brother Eddie, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Yolago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikorat, Zarate,
Mr. Speaker, my vote is no, and I reserve my right to explain my vote.
Zubiri. Second call for consideration of House Bill number 5712. Abellanosa, Abu, Abunda, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adjong, Aguinaldo, Almario, Amante Matba, Andaya, Angara, Arbison, Arroyo, Omentado, Pagatsing, Barbers, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Pernos, Bravo, Bulot, Cabredo, Kanama, Kawagdan, Kari, Celeste, Co Elizalde, Cuanco, Crisologo, Datol, De Venecia, Duavit, Duhali, Di Faustino Ino, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Elago, Erice, Ermita Buhain, Espino, Fariñas, Rudy Caesar, Fernando, Fong Juan, Fortune, Garcia Vincent, Garin Sharon, Gatchalian, Go Eric, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Go Rosetta, Gullias, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Kong Hun, Legarda, Lim Kai Chong, Malapitan, Mangawang, Magundadato, Mariño, Martinez, Matugas, Nava, Nograles Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez Malanyaon, Waminal, Olivares, Ong Ronnie, Peña, Pichay, Pineda, Plaza, Kimbo, Radaza, Roman, Romero, Sakdalan, Sagarberia, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Santos Recto, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, C. Alvarado, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Tambut, Tutor, T. Alan, Unabia, Vergara, Villafuerte, Villaraza Suarez, Zamora Waikorat.
Thank you for...
With 187 members voting in the affirmative, 5 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill 5712 is approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to nominate and elect.
Explanation of vote.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we allow the members to explain their vote.
The Secretary General will read those who have registered to explain their vote.
Explanation of votes. Honorable Abante.
The Honorable Bienvenido Abante is recognized to explain his vote.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the recognition, Majority Floor Leader. On the bill, Mr. Speaker, I answered yes, but I just would like to make an appeal to the President na sana po madagdagan po naman ang mga kawani po natin sa gobyerno, particularly po ang ating mga guro at ibang mga civilian personnel na nalalaman ko po na pwede pa po dagdagan ito sapagkat medyo mababa po ang talagang taas ng kanilang mga sweldo. Yun lang po ang gusto kong sabihin, Mr. Speaker. I am supporting the bill and in fact, I even made a manifestation that I would like to be a co-author of the bill. Mr. Speaker, this is the only appeal that I would like to make. Thank you very much.
Honorable Brosas.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Arlene Brosas is recognized to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Gabriela Women's Party firmly stands for the significant salary increase of rank and file workers in the government. but not as what is expressed under House Bill 5712. Hindi maituturing na aginaldo ang isang batas na nagpapako sa sweldo ng ating kawani sa napakababang antas sa harap ng walang ampat na pagtaas ng cost of living sa ating bansa. This proposed salary standardization law incrementally increases the minimum salary of government workers to 13,000 in 4 tranches. This is still short of the 16,000 national minimum salary which government workers have been fighting for, and within the course of 4 years. 13,000 would be way below the cost of living and even the projected minimum wage in the private sector. Bakit tayo magpapasa ng isang batas na limos-limos lang ibibigay sa rank and file ng mga kawani, na higit na nakararami, pero super bonanza naman sa mga nakatataas na opisyal ng pamahalaan? Why will we legislate a measure that perpetuates the salary inequity and social injustice that for so long has plagued our government workers? Ang panawagan ng Gabriela Women's Party at ng buong makabayan ay ang pagkilala sa dignidad at pagsisikap ng ating mga kawani sa pamamagitan ng pag-aangat ng minimum na salary sa disenteng antas. Sadly, this measure goes to the opposite direction by further institutionalizing depressed incomes of rank-and-file government workers despite the back-to-back blows of higher taxes and rising prices due to intensified trade liberalization of agriculture and services. For these reasons, I vote no to House Bill 5712. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Castro Franz.
The Honorable Franz Castro is recognized to explain her vote.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Barat, di makatarungan at kontra kawani. Ito ang salary increase na pamaskong handog para sa mga kawani sa pamahalaan, kabilang ang halos milyong public school teachers at education sector personnel. Matapos silang pangakuan ng ilang ulit na teachers, you will be the next. Pangakong naging hindi masyadong malaki ng lumaon. Barat lalo na sa mga rank and file na bumubuo ng mayorya ng civil service. Malayong malayo ito sa panawagan para sa nakabubuhay na sahod at substantial salary increase. 30,000 para sa mga guro at 16,000 para sa salary grade 1. Hindi pinakinggan ang malakas na sigaw ng mga kawani ng pamahalaan na disenteng sweldo para sa disenteng buhay. Sino ang pinakinggan? Economic managers, dayuhang consulting firm na binayaran ng 50 million para sabihing ipantay sa busabos na pasahod sa private sector ang sweldo ng mga nasa public sector. Di makatarungan ang ganitong klaseng aumento matapos magpatupad ang administrasyong ito ng Train 1, rice tarification at inflation na nagpasirit sa presyo ng mga batayang bilihin at serbisyo. Saan naabot ang aumentong 16 kada araw? Hindi pa ito magkakasya sa pamasahe na back and forth ng ating mga kawani. Anong mabibili ng mga guro sa aumentong 52 pesos kada araw? 1 kilong imported rice at kalahating kilong asin. Sa 4 na taong magdidildil ng asin ng ating mga guro. Anong saysay ang pinagyayabang na 30% increase kung ginawang 4 na installments? Sa totoo lang, 7% lang ang increase sa 2020 na parang pwedeng gawing installments sa gutom na pamilya. Taliwas ang SSL 5 sa karapatan at interes ng 1.8 milyong sibilyang kawani sa harap ng mabilis na pagdoble ng sweldo ng militar at pulis. Maaaring tsak at papel lang ang hawak ng mga guro. Hindi baril, bala o kanyon, pero nakasalalay sa kanila ang pag-aalaga at paghubog sa kinabukasan ng ating bayan. Walang serbisyong publikong maihatid at hindi tatakbo ang ahensya ng pamahalaan gaya ng kongresong ito kung hindi dahil sa araw-araw na pagsasakripisyo ng ating mga kawani. Kung gayon, hindi dapat sabihin ng administrasyong ito na buhay ang tinataya ng mga sundalo at pulis na 24/7 ang kanilang tungkulin. Kaya ibang trato ng batas sa pasahod sa kanila. Isa itong malaking insulto at inhustisya para sa mga sibilyang kawani at pagmamaliit sa puwersa at dedikasyon na inialay nila sa kani-kanilang mga tungkulin. Huwag nating lokohin ang ating mga kawani sa pagsasabing walang pondo para sa hinihingi na makabuluhan at makatarungang salary increase. Dahil bistong-bisto ang mga pondo para sa mga pork, pasismo gaya ng nasa 2020 budget na pinalusot kamakailan ng kongresong ito. Hindi tinutugunan ng Salary Standardization Law 5 ang karaingan para sa nakabubuhay na sahod. Dahil dito magpapatuloy ang laban ng mga guro, kawani sa edukasyon at 10 na mga kawani sa buong sibilyang burokrasya, kabilang ang kanilang mga progresibong organisasyon at unyon. With this reason, Mr. Speaker, this representation vote no for House Bill 5712.
Honorable Kulyamat.
The Honorable Euphemia Kulyamat is recognized for her explanation of vote.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Mula sa Bayan Muna, ako po ay nagboto ng no sa 5712 dahil hindi makabubuhay, lubhang malayo sa tinatayang makatotohanang cost of living at hindi tumutugon sa batayang problema sa sahod ng mga kawani ng pamahalaan. Ito ang Salary Standardization Law o SSL na balak ipasa ng pamahalaan. Ito rin ay tahasang pagtalikod ng Pangulong Duterte sa kanyang pangako noong panahon ng kampanya na itaas ang minimum na sahod ng mga kawani ng pamahalaan at 30,000 piso pa nga para sa ating mga guro. Sa kumpletong implementasyon ng SSL, aabot lamang sa 13 piso bawat buwan ang sahod ng mga kawani at na nasa salary grade 1 habang papatak naman ng 27,000 piso ang magiging sahod ng mga nasa salary grade 11 pagkatapos pa ng 4 na taon. Lubha pa rin itong malayo sa nakabubuhay na sahod na tumuntong na sa 30,000 piso kada buwan. Nakakalungkot sapagkat hindi nagdadalawang isip ang administrasyong ito na itaas ang sahod ng mga pulis at militar. Ito ay kabila sa mga iskandalo at malaganap na paglabag sa karapatang pantao na kinasangkutan ng mga nasabing pulis at militar. Habang patuloy namang binabarat ang sahod ng mga kawani ng pamahalaan, hindi tinutugunan ng SSL ang kakulangan ng batayang sahod ng ating mga kawani at guro. Ang pagpayag ng SSL ay pagtaksil sa mga kawani at pagpayag na patuloy silang malugmok sa kahirapan. Kaya no ang aking boto sa 5712. Salamat po.
Honorable Gaite.
The Honorable Ferdinand Gaite is recognized to explain his vote.
Maraming salamat po, kagalang-galang na Speaker. Sa ating kagalang-galang na Ginoong Speaker, mga mahal na kapwa mambabatas at kapwa lingkod bayan, isang magandang hapon. Nitong Lunes lamang, ipinahayag ng Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas ang paglabas ng bagong 20 peso coin. Barya na lamang ngayon ang 20 pesos, tulad ng halaga ng umento na ibibigay sa ilalim ng House Bill 5712 o Salary Standardization Law 5. Mula nang naging empleyado po ako ng OWA noong 1987, naging Pangulo ng Courage, nakita ko na tulad ng ating mga kapwa mamabatas sa kapulungan ito na kailangan ng mga kawani sa pamahalaan ang dagdag na sweldo dahil sa krisis, pagtaas ng bayarin at buwis. Matagal na panahong nananawagan ang kinatawang ito kasama ang mga kawani para sa nakabubuhay na sweldo. Ngunit, ang House Bill 5712 ay hindi sapat at hindi makatarungan. Kulang na kulang ang inilaan sa salary grade 1 na 13,000 pisong kumpara sa family living wage na mahigit 30,000 para sa isang buwan para sa isang pamilyang may 5 katao. Nangangahulugan mga kasama, itong 13,000 dagdag na sweldo sa unang tranche ng pagpapatupad ng Salary Standardization Law ay 483 piso lamang kada buwan na pagtaas dahil hinati ito sa 4 na taon. Ibig sabihin, ang 483 pesos kung hahatiin sa arawan, ito po ay 20 pesos lamang. Diba, sabi ng ice cream commercial, hanggang saan aabot ang 20 pesos mo? Ang salary grade 1 na 13,000 na sinasabing katumbas ng sahod sa pribadong sektor ay nanatili sa di makatao at di makatarungang sweldo para sa mga manggagawa. Kung may gagamiting pamantayan, kung ano ang karapat-dapat na sahod, malinaw na dapat ito'y ihambing sa living wage na nakasaad sa ating saligang batas at hindi dapat ihambing sa kapwang mababang pasahod sa mga manggagawa sa pribadong sektor. Hindi ito sasapat para sa mga batayang pangangailangan kagaya ng pagkain, edukasyon, pabahay, tubig at kuryente, pangangailangang medikal at iba pa. Pinanatili ng House Bill 5712 ang wage regionalization o magkakaibang sweldo ng mga kawani sa national at LGUs. Masakap pa na mas mababa ang sweldo ng ating mga national government agencies at local government units kahit na pareho ang item at trabaho ng mga kawani. Ang mahihirap na LGU ay may pinakamababang sweldo. Labag ito sa prinsipyo na equal pay for work of equal value. Hindi kinukonsidera ng House Bill 5712 ang panawagan ng mga kawani at guro at iba pang profesional para sa 16,000 national minimum wage at 30,000 naman para sa ating mga guro at iba pang profesional. Hindi rin kailangan gumastos ng 50 million pesos para sa research pa lamang kung dapat bang malaman kung magkano ang kailangan ng increase dahil mismo na ang mga manggagawa at kawani ang nagsasabi sa kanilang pangangailangan. Sa House Bill 5712, Mr. Speaker, magpapatuloy ang himutok ng mga kawani. Our take-home pay cannot even take us home. O kaya naman sa halip na living wage ang kanilang natatanggap. Mr. Speaker, muli ang kinatawang ito ay kaysa ng mga kawani ng pamahalaan sa panawagang para sa sapat, makatarungan at nakabubuhay na national minimum wage, hindi nito ibibigay sa ilalim ng House Bill 5712. At dahil dito, no ang boto ng kinatawang ito. Maraming salamat po.
Honorable Kimbo.
The Honorable Stella Kimbo is recognized to explain her vote.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the approval of House Bill number 5712 as it promotes efficiency in the delivery of our government services. Based on the economic theory of efficiency wages, increases in wages predict increases in labor productivity. A study from the UK showed that increasing wages for workers for lower-end salary groups incentivized them to work harder, which had a significant impact on worker productivity. A study on government agencies worldwide showed that higher government wages reduced corruption for lower-end wage groups. Higher government wages will also keep the public sector competitive relative to the private sector and attract top talent to government jobs. The group which stands to benefit the most from this bill is our public school teachers, who make up about 22% of employees in government. The salaries of teachers 1, 2, and 3, salary grades 11, 12, and 13 respectively, will experience the largest adjustments of any salary grade at about 5 to 6% each year. First, an increase of this amount ensures that their salaries will increase in real terms and will not be eroded due to inflation over time. Second, such an increase ensures that salaries of our teachers and other rank-and-file employees are just, reasonable, and non-distortive relative to all government workers. Upon full implementation, salaries for teachers 1, 2, and 3 will increase by 29%, 26%, and 23% respectively, compared to 13% on average for all other salary grades. In the previous round of salary adjustments, SSL4, the biggest salary adjustments were for higher salary grades, meaning grades 22 and up, while the rank-and-file employees had the smallest adjustments. This bill has the reverse pattern and therefore ensures that our teachers will not be left behind. Our teachers play a key role in nation building. An investment in our teachers is an investment in our future. Bagamat mga empleyado lang po ng gobyerno ang tataas ang sweldo sa panukalang ito, ang buong sambayanan Pilipino ang makikinabang dito. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Zarate.
The Honorable Carlos Isagani Zarate is recognized to explain his vote.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Ginoong Speaker, matagal nang panawagan ng bayan muna na itaas ang sahod ng ating mga kawani sa pamahalaan. Subalit sa pagkakataong ito, Ginoong Speaker, bumuboto ng no ang kinatawang ito, hindi dahil tutol ang bayan muna o ang Makabayan Bloc sa pagpapasa ng mga batas na nagpapataas ng sahod sa ating mga manggagawa, lalong-lalo na ang ating mga manggagawa sa pamahalaan. Bumuboto tayo ng no dahil tutol ang kinatawang ito sa pagkakait ng kapulungang ito sa matagal na ang kahilingan ng mga kawani ng pamahalaan ng isang nakabubuhay na sahod. Uulitin ko po, Ginoong Speaker, nakabubuhay na sahod at hindi mumo lamang. Nakakapanglumok at higit sa lahat nakakainsulto para sa ating mga kawani ng pamahalaan na siyang gulugod na nagpapatakbo ng buong gobyerno ng Pilipinas na ang tinatawag na Christmas gift kuno na ibibigay natin sa kanila ay ang dagdag pasahod na kakarampot lamang, nahahatiin pa sa susunod na 4 na taon. Halimbawa, Ginoong Speaker, sa ilalim ng panukalang batas na ito, ang maraming mga kawani na nasa salary grade 1 ay tatanggap lamang ng 483 pesos kada taon. Ang halagang ito ay nangunghulugan lang ng 16.1 pesos na dagdag sa pang-araw-araw na gastusin ng ating mga kawani na may pamilyang 5 miyembro o 3 piso at 22 sentimo bawat tao na miyembro ng pamilya. Kaya mga kapwa ko kinatawan, ngayong araw ay nagpapasa kayo ng 3 piso at 22 sentimo na pandagdag sa pang-araw-araw na gastusin ng isang tao na miyembro ng ating kawani ng pamahalaan. Wala halos mabibiling kahit ano pa ang isang buhay na tao sa halagang 3.22 o 3 piso at 22 sentimo, lalo pa sa harap ng train law, ng patong-patong na buwis at patuloy na pagmamahal ng mga bilihin. Batay mismo, Ginoong Speaker, sa Statement of Policy ng panukalang batas na ito, sinasabi rito, and I quote, "It is hereby declared that the policy of the state to provide all government personnel a just and equitable compensation in accordance with the principle of equal pay for work of equal value." Pero kung ating susuriin, Ginoong Speaker, walang just at walang equitable sa panukalang dagdag pasahod na 21.95 pesos kada araw na trabaho ng isang kawani na nabibilang sa salary grade 1. Walang karapatan at moral na tuntungan ang Administrasyong Duterte na sabihin sa mukha ng ating mga kawani na walang budget para sa nakasasapat na dagdag sahod, lalo na sa ating mga karaniwang mga kawani ng pamahalaan. Napakalaking 388 billion ang budget na inilaan ng pamahalaan, halimbawa para sa gyera at panunupin, para sa pork, ngunit walang budget para sa mga batayang serbisyo. Noong 2018, Ginoong Speaker, halos dumoble ang sahod ng mga pulis at militar. Pero ngayon, nagpapasa ng Kongresong ito ng 4.36% lang kada taon para sa mga gawang walang hawak na baril. Kapos, hindi sapat, hindi makatwiran, hindi makatarungan, at may diskriminasyon ang panukalang batas na ito para sa milyon-milyon nating mga kawani ng pamahalaan. Kaya, Ginoong Speaker, muli nirerehistro ng kinatawang ito ang botong no at ang ating panawagan, ang panawagan ng Makabayan Bloc na 16,000 monthly minimum wage para sa mga kawani ng ating pamahalaan at 30,000 pesos para sa ating mga guro sa pampublikong mga paaralan. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to nominate and elect the following members to the following committees. To the Committee on Flagship Programs and Projects. As Vice Chairperson, Congressman Gavini Pancho, Congressman Carmelo Lazatin, Congressman Jowo Jimenez, Congresswoman Christine Singson Mihan. As members, Congressman Rudy Kawagdan, Congressman Ansarudin Adyong, Congressman Mark Go, Congressman Ed Christopher Go, Congressman Mike Goricheta, Congressman Carl Cary, Congressman Yasser Balindong, the Honorable Sherlyn Banyas Nograles, Honorable Tyron Agabas, Honorable Edgar Erice, Honorable Skid Peña, Emmanuel Billones, Adriano Ebcas, Mike Defensor, Eric Yap, Jose C. Alvarado, Vincent Duke Frasco, Rashidin Matba, Bay Rihan Sakaluran, Willie Caminero, and Roger Mercado. To the Committee on Persons with Disabilities as Vice Chairperson, the Honorable Pablo Ortega, Edgar Chato, Jeff Congun, and Sherlyn Banyas Nograles. As members, Mr. Speaker, the Honorables Malu Acosta Alba, Munir Arbison, Rudy Kawagdan, Paz Radaza, Christian Unabia, Mike Defensor, Amihilda Sangkopan, and the Honorable Roger Mercado. To the Committee on Games and Amusements, as members, the Honorables Maximo Dalog and Noli Celeste. To the Committee on Public Works and Highways, as Vice Chairperson, the Honorable Roger Mercado. To the Committee on Agriculture and Food, as member, the Honorable Roger Mercado. To the Committee on Tourism, as member, the Honorable Roger Mercado. To the Committee on Natural Resources, as member, Congressman Roger Mercado. To the Committee on Trade and Industry, as member, the Honorable Roger Mercado. To the Committee on Public Order and Safety, as member, Congressman Roger Mercado. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the Committee on Energy, as member, Congressman Roger Mercado. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the following guests of Deputy Speaker Eduardo Villanueva and Honorable Domingo Rivera of SIBAC Party List, Mr. Nicanor Gonzalez, Ms. Rosita Gonzalez, Timothy John Gonzalez, Jeremiah Gonzalez, and Elijah Min Gonzalez. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
To the guest of Honorable Brother Eddie Villanueva, please rise. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the following guests of Representative Rogelio Pacquiao from the Lone District of Sarangani, Adeline Halagpas, District Head, Radma Dizon, Janet Estaño, Fatima Manuel, Arnold Estaño, Johnny Hulom, Ivan Fuscablo, Joseph Halagpas, Charles Baladiag, Rocky Bravo, Randy Diego, Gerard Escamilla, Winifredo Escolano, Freddy Mendez, Perlito Onding, Roelan Onding, Wilfredo Pacquiao, Ray Alan Pandak, Alvin Saman, Ramil Sining, Neri Estrada, Romilo Pingoy, Jesse Hulom, Rosaline Bacala, Elineta Tan, Roxanne Hemina. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
To the guest of Representative Rogelio Pacquiao, please rise. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the session.
Session suspended. Sige, ready. The interpreters. Sino dito natin? Makabayan ng isa. Nandito. Loko ka talaga. Sharky, Shark. Boyer.
OFW na to. Ano, palista ko kung saan. Palista?
Ayusin ko lang yan.
Sharon!
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to nominate and elect the following member to the Committee on Disaster and Management, the Honorable Congressman Eliandro Madrona as Vice Chairperson. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to reconsider House Bill number 78 under Committee Report number 5 and request the Secretary General to read the title of this bill.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill number 78, an act providing for the definition of public utility, further amending for the purpose Commonwealth Act number 146, otherwise known as the Public Service Act as amended.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of House Bill number 78 is that we are in the period of sponsorship and debates. To continue the sponsorship on the said bill, Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Sharon Garin. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Sharon Garin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, to interpolate the Honorable Sponsor, I move to recognize the Honorable Edsel Lagman of the 1st District of Albay.
Honorable Edsel Lagman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the distinguished sponsor yield to a series of questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Let me start my interpellation where the friendly conversation between the distinguished sponsor and the Honorable Lawrence Defensor ended on November 20, 2019. Does the distinguished sponsor remember this collaborative interaction?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
The distinguished sponsor happily concurred with the interpretative statement of the Honorable Defensor that Commissioners Jose Luis Martin Gascon, Hilario Davide Jr., and Bernardo Villegas of the 1986 Constitutional Commission opined, in essence, that the Congress of the Philippines should have the jurisdiction to determine what public utilities are covered by the nationality requirement mandated under Section 11 of Article 12 of the Philippine Constitution. Does the distinguished sponsor recall this?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Defensor quoted Commissioner Gascon as having said that, and I quote, "We allow Congress to prescribe certain areas where foreign investments may enter into," unquote. Commissioner Davide likewise was quoted as having said that, quote, "We should also allow Congress to determine the scope and extent of certain public utilities and franchises issued thereon," unquote. And Commissioner Villegas similarly was quoted as having said that, quote, "We should allow Congress to determine because there are so many different conditions in public utilities that we cannot determine at that time when they were drafting the Constitution," unquote. Would the distinguished sponsor know whether these opinions were put to a vote by the Constitutional Commission?
Mr. Speaker, I believe it was deliberation, but I'm not certain if the votation was ever undertaken with regards to whether the CONCOM was in agreement or disagreement of the opinions.
As a matter of fact, Your Honor, there is no record in the proceedings of the Constitutional Commission that these opinions were voted upon by the Constitutional Commission in plenary. Does the distinguished sponsor recall that there were only 4 to 8 commissioners in the Constitutional Commission of 1986?
I believe so, Mr. Speaker.
And the individual opinions of 3 members only constitute 6% of the total membership. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Although that does not mean that the rest of the commissioners are have a opposite opinion as to what is expressed by the three commissioners, Mr. Speaker.
But there is no record of any concurrence from the rest of the membership of the commission, on the Constitutional Commission. These opinions were never put into motion as proposals and were not voted upon. Hence, no official action was taken by the Constitutional Commission on these individual opinions. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
In fact, the resultant Section 11 of Article 12, which was ratified by the Filipino people on February 2, 1987, did not include any provision authorizing the Congress of the Philippines to legislate on what enterprises or businesses should not fall under public utilities and therefore exempted from the citizenship requirement of Filipino ownership. Thus, the distinguished sponsor confirmed such an absence of an enabling provision.
There was no specific deliberation on the authority of Congress to legislate on the interpretation of what is a public utility. But at the same time, the same Constitutional Commission did not define exactly what is public utility. And as a general rule, the legislature or the House of Representatives, Congress, is authorized to make legislations, as the authority or the responsibility to make legislations that are congruent to the intentions of the Constitution as well, Mr. Speaker.
But the fact is, distinguished sponsor, there is no provision in the Constitution which authorizes Congress to exempt some enterprises, commonly known as public utilities, from the requirement of the Constitution on Filipino ownership or 60% of corporations or associations owned by Filipinos. Is that correct?
Mr. Speaker, although the Constitution does, it is my own opinion that the Constitution does not need to state explicitly that the authority to legislate with regards to what is a public utility has to be explicit in the Constitution. There were referrals to some opinions were referring to the Public Service Act. The PSA continues to be a legislative construction of the term public utility as of today. So it is given due weight, but that does not preclude the present Congress from enacting anything that would clarify such interpretation of what is a public utility, Mr. Speaker. That's what I mean.
But the fact is, the Constitution does not give Congress that mandate or authority to legislate on what particular enterprises should not be governed by the citizenship requirement provided for in Section 11 of Article 12. Because when the Constitution wants Congress to legislate or enact, the Constitution specifically makes that mandate. For example, in the following constitutional provisions, the Constitution authorized the Congress to legislate for its proper implementation. 1. With respect to the ban on political dynasties, Section 26 of Article 2 provides the state shall guarantee equal access to opportunities for public service and prohibit political dynasties as may be defined by law. Does the distinguished sponsor confirm such an authority granted to Congress with respect to the definition of what is political dynasty?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, but again, my humble opinion is that explicit authority is not required for Congress to act on this, to legislate on what is a public utility. The Constitution does not need to provide explicit authority. In fact, the Supreme Court has already upheld such interpretations of the constitutional provisions. For example, in Garcia versus Commission on Elections, Mr. Speaker. So it is my humble opinion, Mr. Speaker, that although an explicit provision authorizing or mandating Congress to legislate such is not explicitly in the same provision or in that of that Constitution, it does not do away with the authority of the Congress to make such laws, such as this, as PSA or the amendment to the PSA, Mr. Speaker.
Well, with respect to Supreme Court decisions, we will go to that later. Now, on agrarian reform, Section 4 of Article 12 provides, the state shall by law undertake an agrarian reform program founded on the right of farmers and regular farm workers who are landless to own directly or collectively the lands they till, or in the case of other farm workers, to receive a just share of the fruits thereof. To this end, the state shall encourage and undertake the just distribution of all agricultural lands, subject to such priorities and reasonable retention limits as the Congress may prescribe. So, in this particular instance, with respect to agrarian reform, this Constitution authorized or authorizes Congress to undertake an agrarian reform program and fix priorities and retention limits as Congress may prescribe. So again, this is another example when if the Constitution wants Congress to legislate, then the Constitution specifically provides so. Number 3, exceptions to the privacy of communication and correspondence. Section 3, paragraph 1 of the Bill of Rights provides, and I quote, the privacy of communication and correspondence shall be inviolable, except upon lawful order of the court or when public safety or order requires otherwise, as prescribed by law. Again, this is another instance where the Constitution grants the Congress to pass the necessary law in order to make exceptions to the Bill of Rights on the privacy of communication and correspondence. Another example, exception to the right to travel. Section 6 of the Bill of Rights particularly provides, and I quote, neither shall the right to travel be impaired except in the interest of national security, public safety, or public health, as may be provided by law. Again here, the Constitution mandates Congress or authorizes Congress to pass a law relative to the right to travel and possible exemptions. Next, on Philippine citizenship, Section 3 of Article 4 provides, and I quote, Philippine citizenship may be lost or reacquired in the manner provided by law. This is another specific example where the Constitution authorizes Congress to enact the pertinent law. On the right of suffrage, Section 1 of Article 5 provides, and I quote, "Suffrage may be exercised by all citizens of the Philippines, not otherwise disqualified by law." Similarly, this provision grants Congress by constitutional mandate to provide for the disqualification of certain individuals or citizens from exercising the right of suffrage. Next, the system of initiative and referendum. Section 32 of Article 6 provides, and I quote, "The Congress shall, as early as possible, provide for a system of initiative and referendum and the exceptions therefrom." This is another example where the Constitution grants the Congress the authority to enact a law to further implement the system of initiative and referendum. Then there is Section 3 of Article 10 on the local government code. It says here, and I quote, "The Congress shall enact a local government code which shall provide for a more responsive and accountable local government structure instituted through a system of decentralization," unquote. Again here, the Constitution grants Congress to enact a local government code, which is not the same as in Article 12, Section 3, Section 11, where the Constitution did not grant the Congress any authority to legislate. Then we have Section 15 of Article 12 on cooperatives. It says, and I quote, "The Congress shall create an agency to promote the viability and growth of cooperatives as instruments for social justice and economic development." Another is on Banco Central. Section 20 of Article 12 provides, and I quote, "The Congress shall establish an independent central monetary authority." This is a very specific authorization to Congress to enact the Banco Central Act. And then, on People's Initiative to amend the Constitution, Article 2 of Section 2 of Article 17 provides, "The Congress shall provide for the implementation of the exercise of this right on people's initiative to amend the Constitution." So there are so many provisions in the Constitution where the Congress is authorized to legislate, but not so with respect to the nationality requirement required of public utilities. And does the distinguished sponsor know what is the provision of Section 10 of Article 12 with respect to any authorization granted to Congress to enact and implementing legislation?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, it says here, and let me just quote this. Section 10 of Article 12 partly provides, and I quote, the Congress shall, upon recommendation of the Economic and Planning Agency, when the interest dictates, reserve to citizens of the Philippines or corporations or associations at least 60% of whose capital is owned by such citizens, or such higher percentage as Congress may prescribe, certain areas of investments. The Congress shall enact measures that will encourage the formation and operation of enterprises whose capital is wholly owned by Filipinos. In this particular case, the Constitution authorizes Congress to legislate. But on what ground, on what particular or specific areas? One, reserve certain areas of investments to citizens of the Philippines or to corporations or associations, at least 60% of whose capital is owned by such citizens, and even empowers the Congress to fix higher percentage than those prescribed by the Constitution. This constitutional provision is contrary to the objectives of the bill. Whereas in this bill, what we are trying to do is to allow foreigners to own up to 100% certain enterprises commonly known as public utilities, contrary to the provision of Section 10 of Article 12, wherein the Congress is authorized to even expand the areas where the nationality requirement is imposed, or even increase what the Constitution already provides of 60% Filipino capital for corporations and associations. This is where the Constitution prescribes or authorizes Congress to act or legislate, but not with respect to this pending bill, which is contrary to the spirit of the Constitution and contrary to the wordings, precise wordings or provision of the Constitution. Now, may we know from the distinguished sponsor what is the legal weight which the Supreme Court has ascribed or given to opinions of drafters of the Constitution with respect to the construction of constitutional provisions or the intent of such provisions?
Mr. Speaker, should be there a question of interpretation, then the Supreme Court would refer to the deliberations to determine the intent of the wordings of the provisions of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker.
I did not get well the answer of the distinguished sponsor. My question is, what is the legal weight given by the Supreme Court to the opinions of the drafters or members of the Constitutional Commission with respect to the intent or construction of certain constitutional provisions?
These are of priority, Mr. Speaker. The intent of the drafters of the Constitution are the courts give substantial weight to the opinions of those expressed during the deliberations in Constitutional Commission, Mr. Speaker.
The decisions of the Supreme Court, on the other hand, do not give substantial weight to the opinions of the drafters of the Constitution. In fact, it gives very minimal legal import to such opinion. Let me go to certain pertinent decisions of the Supreme Court. In Integrated Bar of the Philippines versus Zamora, GR number 141284, August 15, 2000, the Supreme Court held, and I quote, "It must be borne in mind, however, that while a member's opinion expressed on the floor of the Constitutional Convention is valuable, it is not necessarily expressive of the people's intent. The Constitutional Convention, the constitutional wisdom is that the Constitution does not derive its force from the Convention which framed it, but from the people who ratified it. The intent to be arrived at is that of the people, not what the drafters or members of a constitutional commission or convention say." Again, in O'Malley versus Judicial and Barrack Council, GR number 228628, July 25, 2017, the Supreme Court ruled that, and I quote, "While it is permissible in this jurisdiction to consult the debates and proceedings of the Constitutional Convention in order to arrive at the reason and purpose of the resulting Constitution, resort thereto may be had only when other guides fail, as said proceedings are powerless to vary the terms of the Constitution when the meaning is clear. Debates in the Constitutional Convention are of value as showing the views of the individual members and as indicating the reasons for their votes, but they give no light as to the views of the large majority who did not talk, much less of the mass of our fellow citizens whose votes at the polls gave that instrument the force of fundamental law." Again, this only shows that the minimal import is given to the opinions of the drafters of the Constitution. In Republic versus Sereno, GR number 237428, June 19, 2018, the Supreme Court ruled that when a constitutional provision is clear and unambiguous, it is neither necessary or permissible to resort to extrinsic aids for its interpretation, such as the records of the deliberation of the Constitutional Convention. After all, the Constitution is not primarily a lawyer's document, and it does not derive its force from the convention that framed it, but from the people who ratified it. This decision again minimizes the import of the opinions like those of the ones quoted by the Honorable Lawrence and Lawrence Defensor, and concurred to by the distinguished sponsor, like the opinions of Commissioners Gascon, David Jr., and Villegas. And then, in Francisco Jr. versus House of Representatives, GR number 160261 et al., November 10, 2003, the Supreme Court held, and I quote, "Proceedings are powerless to vary the terms of the Constitution when the meaning is clear. Debates in the Constitutional Convention are of value as showing the views of the individual members and as indicating the reasons for their votes, but they give us no light as to the views of the large majority who did not talk, much less of the mass of our fellow citizens whose votes at the polls gave that instrument the force of fundamental law." And in Po Llamanzares versus Commission on Elections, GR numbers 1 They are numbers 221697 and 221698 to 700, March 8, 2016. The Supreme Court reiterated that the text of the constitutional provision applies and is controlling. Intent of the Constitution's drafters may only be resorted to in case of ambiguity and after examining the entire text of the Constitution. Even then, the opinion of a member of the Constitutional Convention is merely instructive. It cannot be considered conclusive of the people's intent. So, the claim that certain members of the Constitutional Commission have separate opinions with respect to the power of Congress will never change the resultant provision as provided for in Section 11 of Article 12, which says that public utilities can operate and be owned only by Filipino citizens or corporations or associations, 60% of the capital of which are owned by Filipinos. This is clear and not subject to further construction. So we do not need to resort to the so-called opinions of only 3 members of the Constitutional Commission, which has not been voted upon, was never put into motion, and only represent 6% of the total membership of the Constitutional Commission. In other words, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, it is very clear from these decisions of the Supreme Court that the opinions of drafters of the Constitution are given very minimal legal import. So that would end the first part of my interpellation. Just to debunk or to disabuse the minds of our colleagues that the opinions of certain members of the Constitutional Commission, like Gascon, Davide, and Villegas, would be controlling. The fact is they are not, and they are given very minimal legal weight by the Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed any further with my interpellation, I am informed that there will be a substitute bill to the original House Bill number 78. Is this information correct?
Mr. Speaker, we are currently working on a substitute bill considering the numerous interpellations that we have had on this floor, and we are incorporating some of the suggestions of the different representatives, Mr. Speaker. This is still work in progress, Mr. Speaker.
Well, if it is a work in progress, it has not been drafted, but I presume that this will be substituted for House Bill number 78 at the proper time, and we will be given copies of the substitute bill. So pending the finalization of that substitute bill, which should be the basis of our interpellation, I will be suspending my interpellation, Mr. Speaker, until we get a copy of that substitute bill, which should be the basis of our plenary debates.
Mr. Speaker, currently we have provided the good interpreter, Honorable Lagman, of the um, draft substitute bill that we have already incorporated some of the suggestions or the recommendations of the different interpreters we've had on the floor. It is still subject to this interpellation so that we can finalize the substitute bill, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, it is not final until we have finished the deliberations with Honorable Lagman, Mr. Speaker. So,
Your Honor, I think we should do it the proper way. If there will be a substitute bill, then that substitute bill should be distributed to the members of the House so that any discussion would be based on the substitute bill. Let us not place the cart before the horse. Let us first have that substitute bill, and we can proceed with the interpellation and discussion based on the substitute bill.
Mr. Speaker, the procedure in the House of Representatives is we do the period of debates, and once you have the closing of the period of debates, then you open it for amendments, Mr. Speaker. And such amendments, I believe, if the majority leader would correct me for this, but it is after you close the debates, then you can introduce amendments. And the substitute bill is actually amendment by substitution, Mr. Speaker. So we are just following the procedure that is prescribed under our rules, Mr. Speaker.
The rules do not prescribe that kind of procedure, Mr. Speaker. I think the proper way is that if there is a substitute bill, that substitute bill should be circulated, and we should base our debates on anchored on that substitute bill. Because it is an exercise in futility that we are making these discussions, and then suddenly there will be a substitute bill to be posted on us, and that would be the basis of our voting on second and third reading. I think we should do it the proper way.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to correct that this substitute bill, once we introduce it as during the period of amendments, it will be voted upon as an amendment. It will be up to the body of this plenary should they decide to accept the amendments or not, Mr. Speaker. The approval of the current bill, whether it is substituted or not, will be taken up during the second, for the second reading, approval for second reading, Mr. Speaker.
Let us avoid surprises, Mr. Speaker.
Hence, we are not.
If we have a substitute bill forthcoming, then we should be informed about it, and we should be given a copy so that we can peruse the provisions of the substitute bill, because this substitute bill may not encompass what we have discussed, and we are going again to make a repetition of what we have already discussed. So let us have the substitute bill formalized, and then we will continue with our interpretation based on the substitute bill.
Mr. Speaker, again, we cannot formalize, as the good interpreter stated, the substitute bill because it will only be officially introduced on the floor during the period of amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, with the indulgence of our interpreters and the sponsor, may I cite the provision of the rules under Section 104 of the second paragraph, which states that a motion by the majority leader to amend by substitution of the entire bill or joint resolution shall precede consideration of individual amendments to the bill or joint resolution under consideration. Mr. Speaker, just to enlighten our colleagues, the substitution by amendments may only be done during the period of amendments. and not during the period of interpellation or in the sponsorship and debate.
Mr. Speaker, that might be correct if there is no substitute bill in progress. But there is now a substitute bill in progress, according to the distinguished sponsor, that we should be given a copy of that so that we are going to base our interpellation on the substitute bill, not on the original House Bill number 78. It's supposed to be in progress. Then let's wait until the progress is over and let's get a copy of the substitute bill.
Mr. Speaker, we are currently drafting all the amendments that we could possibly accommodate. Hence, it is still work in progress. But we will await until all the deliberations are done, and then we can present the bill that will be for amendment by substitution, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I am the last interpellator, and I am not proposing any amendment to the bill. In fact, I am objecting to the measure because it contravenes the Constitution, and it is a subterfuge of amending the Constitution not through the process provided for under Article 17, but by an ordinary statute. So, in that case, Mr. Speaker, then let us now have the substitute bill because some other members may, upon reading the substitute bill, may have some objections or may have areas of concern which could be subject to further interpellation. So we can have that by January so that the work in progress will be over and we will be given a copy of the substitute bill.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I request for a suspension?
Session suspended.
Bali,
Personal copy niya, hindi naman ito official copy. Parang walang surprises. Oo. Oo. Malasakit.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, upon agreement with the Majority Leader and the distinguished sponsor in this representation, I will continue with my interpellation. Once this substitute version is distributed to the members of the House, including this representation. And I will be ready to complete my interpellation and finish my interpellation by that time.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, with the agreement so made, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 78 under Committee Report number 5 and request that the gentleman from Albay be given another 30 minutes in the next year when we interpolate on this subject matter. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session.
Session suspended.
Marvin Marinho tsaka si Irene. Hindi na pagsalita ko. Mamaya na.
Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Bill number 5832 under Committee Report number 142 and request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill number 5832, an act creating the Department of Filipinos Overseas and Foreign Employment, defining its mandate, powers, and functions, and appropriating funds therefore.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of this bill is that we are in the period of sponsorship and debate. To continue with the sponsorship of this measure, I move that we recognize the Honorable Marvin Marinho and the Honorable Raymond Mendoza. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Marvin Marinho is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, first to interpolate the sponsor is the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez of Cagayan de Oro, and I move that he will be recognized. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Rufus Rodriguez is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and distinguished sponsor. Would the distinguished sponsor allow this representation to make some interventions?
Certainly, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. My questions would be in relation to specific needs of our overseas Filipino workers. For the past 9 years when I was in Congress and now for the past 7 months in this Congress, whenever I go abroad, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I always meet the Filipino community. I would ask our ambassador to call the leaders of the overseas community in the place where I would be, normally during conventions that I attend. And I would tender the lunch for the officers so that the embassies will not be burdened by having a dinner for them. And so I know the needs of our overseas Filipino workers, our heroes in abroad, because as we know, 10% of our population is abroad, meaning out of the 108 million, more than 10 million are abroad in America, in Saudi Arabia, and the rest of the world. They are in Cabo Verde, in Africa, when I was there. They were in Senegal, West Africa, when I was there last month, and the Gambia. Filipinos are everywhere. And so I met them, and I would like to ask our distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, the following. First, how do we address the fact that the SSS is remiss in putting up branches and offices in countries where we have a large concentration of Filipino workers? Where can we find that in that law? Because before this proposed department, the POA could not call them. The OWA could not call them to render service by having membership in the SSS and the giving of benefits when they are entitled to it. Do we know? Because that is their plea. How do we? Because we have now a department that will be open. How are we going to solve that? Which undersecretary or which program will handle the needs that they need the SSS to be there? In some countries they're already there, but in many countries they are not there. So how can our workers continue, if they were members here, continue to pay right there in the countries where they are located?
Mr. Speaker, the SSS problem should be handled by the SSS, and the creation of this department, with the creation of this department, we can help solve the benefits as far as the SSS and other benefits are concerned, there are going to be 5 undersecretaries to be assigned on each of the problem, and we have
We know,
special.
Mr. Speaker, this is equally where, because we create a department, but if we cannot specifically address this issue and the powers are not there, then we have a situation where the same problem since 10 years ago, when I became congressman and I met our Filipino workers, up to now, the same problem. The SSS they do not care about really our overseas Filipino workers that are present in these countries while they are absent totally.
Well, that's why we actually need this department, Mr. Speaker, to specifically address all kinds of problems, not only the SSS.
Yeah, but I would like to know how we can, in this interpellation, because in the proper time, we can have a amendment that we mention. Because otherwise, if we don't mention in this law, then the problem will still be there for the next 10 years. And there's a cry of our Filipino workers that they should be served and they should be able to pay so that they will not lose the membership. And when when the need arises and the benefits arise, they can already, without coming here to the Philippines, be able to secure the benefits. So maybe know which here, because the author would know this very well, because the sponsor would be a real master on this bill. So would this be, to give a suggestion, would this be under the Undersecretary of Diaspora Engagement Special Concerns, page 13? And where can we put there the word SSS so that they will be sure, we are assured that the SSS will be coordinated with by the department to be able to bring services of the SSS to our Filipino workers. Can be done. Will it be number 5, paragraph 5, line number 23 at 20? Would that be possible?
Mr. Speaker, the SSS problem or other benefits will be under the office of the Undersecretary for Foreign Employment, which is on page
Not on
10.
diaspora engagement. So where will that be, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague? Office of Undersecretary for Foreign Employment.
Which will be Employment and Welfare, which is number 3,
page,
letter B, page 11.
Page 11.
And there are assistant secretaries handling each of, for example, licensing, adjudication, employment and welfare. So there will be a specific assistant secretary to handle the employment and welfare.
So this will be under what line, distinguished sponsor?
It will be on page 11, number 3, Mr. Speaker.
Page 11. Number 3. Line number 3.
Page 13, I'm sorry, page 13.
Page 13. Line. Page 13 is Undersecretary for Diaspora Engagements and Special Concern. Because I would wish that this particular agency be mentioned in the law so that they will be responsible and they will be coordinated with by the department. Yeah.
Well, the Undersecretary for Foreign Employment will be the Undersecretary who will handle the benefits, Mr. Speaker.
Office
and
of
also, there are also SSS branches in the post to address all the other problems.
So your proposal would be under page 12, Office of the Undersecretary for Employment?
Yes, Mr.
And
Speaker.
which of these lines would there be a possibility of mentioning this agency so that they will feel obligated to coordinate with the department? Because you have the department has the powers to be able to call on them because we are having a department with the power to make sure that the different agencies of government will serve our Filipino heroes. Because now the POA is not a department, the OWA. So if they make a request, it does not have that kind of force that a department will have. So where would we have that for the SSS? So that in the proper time, in the individual amendments, I would be moving for that.
Mr. Speaker, the secretary of this department will have all the powers to assign any of the undersecretaries to handle all the other problems, such as the SSS. The SSS benefits can be addressed by the secretary in coordination with the SSS chairman, for instance. So I'm not sure if we have to specify in this bill the SSS problem, because the secretary can assign
But
any of
we
the
have
problems.
to specify, because the problem, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, it has been there and it has not been addressed. And we hope that a department for overseas employment and foreign employment will really address this, because otherwise, I have seen it and I have felt it, and still there is none. So probably in the proper time, our distinguished colleague will
And
be
during
able
the
to
amendments,
say-
Mr. Speaker, we welcome any of the suggestions.
Next, another problem of our overseas Filipino workers is their membership or inability to become members of the Pag-ibig. Housing. They may have income abroad, but that would not be enough. In many of them, it will not be enough, and it would need membership in the Pag-ibig for them to get a loan from the Pag-ibig fund to construct their houses, so that their spouse and children left in the Philippines will have a better abode. So where are we going to have that also? Because I want the Pag-ibig to be mentioned here, so that we can have them commit to help our Filipino workers be able to get loans from them for their housing.
Same thing, Mr. Speaker. The Office of the Undersecretary for Employment has assistant secretaries. One assistant secretary will handle the employment and welfare, which will be inclusive of the SSS, Pag-ibig, PhilHealth, and all the other benefits due to the beneficiaries.
Okay. How about now, so we have discussed the SSS, the need for their membership and the remittance that they can have in that country where they're working. We have also the Pag-ibig. How about PhilHealth? They are abroad, and some of our workers abroad are given health insurance. But at the same time, some do not have health insurance abroad. There are also some countries do not provide insurance to overseas Filipino workers. So at least when they come home, and they would have the same, what they feel abroad is still carried, and they are sick, then they can go to the PhilHealth. So where can we place the PhilHealth there to be able to help our overseas Filipino workers when they come home and get hospitalization?
It would be under the same Undersecretary for Filipino Overseas Foreign Employment, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, distinguished colleagues. So probably in some future time, since now the distinguished sponsors are now aware of this, really the needs of our workers abroad. They always bring this out in the dinners that we have with them. And this can probably as a committee amendment, so that it may not necessitate individual amendments, because I am sure that the wisdom of the two sponsors are really sufficient and will be able to address this problem. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to the next point, distinguished sponsor. Another problem of our OFWs is still the high rates of services for remittances. For this year alone, up to October, the remittance of our overseas Filipino workers is already $27.5 billion. $27.5 billion. So we might reach $30 billion by this year. So since it's a very big amount, how? Which agency, which undersecretary will handle the lowering, because of volume, the lowering of the remittance fees? Because every month, our 10 million, almost the 10 million, more than 10 million Filipinos overseas, they always send remittances monthly or every 2 months. So how can we make an assurance that this department will protect our Filipino workers by being able to have a reduction of these remittance fees through the banks or to these remittance agencies? So where will we put this in the law? That is the question that I have to the distinguished sponsor.
The Undersecretary for Administration and Finance will handle other policies in relation to the remittances charges.
Thank you. So can we have the assurance of the distinguished colleague that they will look at the proper office that will also focus on this, because this is very, very big. And this will really help our Filipinos overseas if they are able to reduce remittance fees. Another point, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, balikbayan boxes. I'm talking about the common needs of our people abroad. Before the customs, the new customs tariff code, the customs, they have random opening of balikbayan boxes, and things are lost when they're opened. Good that under a new customs regulation law, there is no more random opening. There is no more random opening. They can only open if there is information from abroad or here in the Philippines that there is contraband. And that is good development, because before, when the balikbayan boxes arrive in their destinations, kulang na. Kulang na ng sapatos. Kulang na ng mga canned goods na pinadala. So, that is another need. So maybe know, Mr. Speaker, how can we be able to have that being taken care of? Because that is another worry and problem of our overseas Filipino workers.
Mr. Speaker, that would be under the Undersecretary for Diaspora Engagements and Special Concerns.
Thank you. So I hope again that the distinguished sponsor will have a phrase or a line about the balikbayan boxes, so that the Bureau of Customs will be in check by the Department of this proposed organization of this new department. Then I would now go to, the Land Bank recently acquired the Postal Bank for the Overseas Filipinos Bank. And when it was bought, there was no department yet. How? What is now the relation between the department and the Overseas Filipinos Bank?
Well, right now that is not covered by this bill, Mr. Speaker.
There has to be, because in this Filipino Bank, the secretary should be either a chairman or the vice chairman. If the chairperson is the Land Bank, we have to make sure that labor and overseas Filipinos are represented in the board, because the Land Bank representative will always be thinking of the interest and what the bank would earn. The Department Secretary for Foreign Employment and Overseas Workers have their mandate to protect our Filipino workers and make sure that the services will be in tune with the needs of our workers, and the interest rates for loans would not be high. So where can you place, distinguished sponsor OFW? I wish that the department, I would suggest in the proper time that the department secretary sits as chairman of the OFW Bank. So will that also be considered by our distinguished colleague who
That
is
would
the
be-
sponsor for the Department of Filipinos Overseas?
That would be a good suggestion, Mr. Speaker. We
Yes.
will consider it.
We make the secretary OF Bank. So we are now trying to fine-tune the bills to make sure that we are able to really help our overseas workers.
There is an existing executive order, Mr. Speaker, by the way,
Mhm.
that the chair of the Land Bank is the Land Bank president, and then the secretary of DOLE is the member. So maybe we can change that by
law.
By a law.
This law will already change that, and it should be the secretary of the it should be the secretary of the Department of Overseas Workers and Foreign Employment who should be chairman
That's correct.
to protect. So thank you for that, and in the proper time, I will move, if it is not part of the committee amendments, that the OFW Bank will be our secretary of this new department should sit as chairman, and probably the Land Bank as vice chairman, because we now have a department. Before, the DOLE is only a member because DOLE is in general, but now we have a department. The other thing which should also be included here is the OFW hospital. There is a pending bill that I have filed, and may I know whether this department is encompassing enough to be able to handle and include the establishment, very important, the establishment, just like the Philippine Heart Center, just like the Kidney Institute, like the Lacus Center, like the Children's Hospital, 4 specialty hospitals. Can we put also in the bill that there will be an OFW hospital as good as the Kidney Center and Institute? Has that been included in the bill, the OFW hospitals?
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the scope of this bill only pertains to the organization and the creation.
It should already include, because an OFW department should be the one running the OFW hospital. Don't you agree, distinguished colleague, that you cannot divide that, you cannot have a standalone, hospital, and there is no coordination between the department and the OFW hospital. Would you agree?
That is a good suggestion, Mr. Speaker. However, for the purposes of the creation of the bill, we simplified it just for the creation and the reorganization. Additional creation of such a hospital would require other expertise to determine whether this secretary can run a hospital, which he might not be a professional.
Running hospital will be to doctors. But what they're saying, that the hospital will be under the supervision, like our lung center, it is under the Department of Health. So they are not the ones running, but the agency, the one in charge of that, our specialty hospitals are under the Department of Health. Of course, doctors will run it. If we have the secretary running it, then it will not really succeed. So would the gentleman, would this distinguished sponsor, the proper time agree, or probably they can already make a plan that the OFW hospital, instead of having a separate bill and that being approved, should be already part of this department. Like the Department of Health, the specialty hospital is clearly under the Department of Health. Lung Center, Kidney Institute, Children's Hospital, Heart Center, the four. So will that be considered by the distinguished colleague?
We'll take note of it, Mr. Speaker. However, like I said, it was not part of the original proposal, only to reorganize and create the department. But the suggestion is well taken, Mr. Speaker. However, it will require additional studies, as I said, although it is a good suggestion. So we'll take note of it, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague. Now, I am wondering, under page 18, why the OWA has been left intact as an agency. The PUAA is already part of the department. May we know why the OWA will remain to be semi-autonomous when precisely we have already a department? May we know what is the reason why the OWA is not being integrated in one department? This will be difficult. OWA is still operating separately. They are only attached agency. And therefore, again, our workers abroad will be confused as they are now. They are confused about PUA, OWA, and the POLO. And that is why we have this unified department to handle everything, including OWA administration and support. So maybe we know why OWA is still being, still continues as an agency, while the PUA, let me read now, which will now be attached. The transfer of agencies, you see, and function, section 16.
Mr. Speaker, that was discussed during the technical working group, working hearing group, and the contention was the OWA manages private funds, so it would not be proper to mix the private funds with the creation of the department, since that department will have public funds, and the private funds already amounts to around 14 billion pesos as it is. So there was a debate whether we could mix the private funds with the government funds, and that was created with a separate law just to benefit the OFWs who made the contribution from the very start.
We agree that it cannot be mixed, but it can be handled by another office in this particular department. Because we see here at truncated, there is still another agency operating on its own. While it's true, it's private funds, but certainly the regulation should be under the umbrella of the department. I cannot really see why the OWA will continue as such, and that is the problem, because there is no centralized, there is no what you call this overall encompassing department. In this case, as we have left, the OWA is still operating. So let us therefore think of having the OWA really be under the supervision also the department, not only an attached agency. It can be an office, but it should be under the department. It will not mix the money, of course, but regulation-wise, it will be the overall in charge should be the secretary of the department, because otherwise, what do we have here? Here we have attachment of OWA, section 18. The departments exercise administrative supervision over OWA created under the Public Act 10801 as an attached agency for purposes no more. We should always, everything should be under the department. We have this notion is having a department precisely to get everything inside this department, like the Commission on Filipinos Overseas, the POEA, the Social Welfare Attaches, the POLOS, and then OWA. OWA is outside.
Under supervision.
It is not in the line of command. It should also be under the secretary because we are trying to here unify and simplify an agency which will handle everything on overseas Filipino workers. So maybe know whether in the proper time we can you can think of putting them in. What is the you know the special consideration why there is another agency working on the benefits of workers, and they are merely attached. You know,
Mr. Speaker, the OWA is attached to this department, and the chairman of the Board of Trustees of OWA will be the secretary of this department. And also, they are under the supervision of the secretary. So any supervision of the secretary, OWA will follow the secretary. And the secretary is also the chairman of the board. So it is an attached agency just because the funds, as you said, Mr. Speaker, the funds are private funds.
irrespective, Mr. Speaker, the fact that there is regulation, administrative supervision is different from administrative control. And, you know, if you put the POA already under the control of the secretary, if you put the POLO under the secretary of this new department, the International Labor Affairs Bureau, why is it that OWA continues? I tell you, it will be a problem because another agency is handling this. It is not under the control of the secretary. So the situation, there will be a republic within a republic. And we don't want that. That is why we have already included all agencies pertaining to the overseas WS in one department. So I do not see the reason why they will not be under the administrative control of the secretary, and there will be, therefore, they will follow what should be the secretary's action in relation to how they will be able to discharge their functions. Administrative control will not be sufficient, Mr. Speaker. May we know the response of our distinguished sponsor? We don't want to have a republic within a republic. That is really what we don't want to see. There's now a new department. Everything should be transferred to the new department. Nothing is left that will have a separate administration. It will just be supervised. So maybe know whether the distinguished sponsor will be able to, just like POA and the others, should already be under the secretary with a different, of course, deposit and treatment of the monies, because the money of the OWA is private. It will be managed separately, but it should be under the secretary. So may we know.
Well, as of right now, Mr. Speaker, the OWA is an attached agency, but there is a 2-year review of the structure, and it can be studied whether OWA can be subsumed or remains an attached agency. But as we speak right now, the administrative supervision over OWA is already here, and also the policy-making body of OWA, the secretary will sit as chairman of the board. So most of the policies also will be controlled by the secretary of this department. And
there is a clear distinction, Mr. Speaker, between supervision and control. In the case of Mondaño versus Silvosa, very clear that control gives the power really for the secretary to handle together with the other agencies, other bureaus in each department. They will be under one secretary. So therefore, that is why I am really surprised, because kung ganon, the POA could continue and be under the administrative control. But they are already transferred, and their functions should be transferred. The monies are not transferred, but the functions are transferred to the secretary, so that we can have a one-country approach, and that is therefore it will be the department secretaries in control of all of these functions. May we know the response of the distinguished colleague?
Mr. Speaker, the existing section on this bill already defines that the OWA will be under the administrative supervision. So that means they have control over especially the Board of Trustees, since the secretary is also the chairman of the board. This was discussed during the technical working group, and it was decided that it will be an attached agency. However, we also take note the suggestion of the good representative, but the secretary also has direct administrative supervision over OWA personnel. And as far as the performance is concerned, the secretary also has disciplinary powers. And basically, that's the control of the OWA in itself.
Disciplinary is post facto. We're saying that it should be the secretary that should really control these functions also, not only supervision. And my last point, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, and distinguished colleague, is page 22, section 25, mandatory review. I am intrigued by this statement, paragraph B. 10 years after the creation of this department, the Congressional Oversight Committee may choose to abolish the department. Where can we find a law that already threatens a department to be abolished? There is a need for this because that's why we have this department. And it says here, 10 years from the creation of the department, the Congressional Oversight Committee may choose to abolish the department should circumstances prove that there is no more need for its existence. I cannot really have this is the only bill that already has a abolition clause. This is the only. When you say that you are having a department, it is necessary, and it has to exist, and it has to succeed, and we are going to fund this. And then you have this kind that the Oversight Committee may choose to abolish this department where we are working on to establish. Don't you think we should already remove that so that kawawa naman yung mag-work dyan, yung secretary, ma-appoint doon, tapos baka ma-abolish siya. This is the only bill that I have seen that there is already a department is to be established and it can be abolished in 10 years. Maybe know why you have to put this?
Well, Mr. Speaker, that only if the need arises, because we do not promote the overseas workers to work abroad continuously. I mean, we might have a different situation 10 years from now. They might not need to work abroad since we have provided work over here in our own country. So it is not really a policy to send people abroad forever. This is just a situation where we have overseas workers working because there is a need.
So you're saying that in
Only
10
if the
years,
need arises.
there will be no more Filipino overseas workers?
Well, we hope so because they will be working here, not abroad.
I think during our lifetime, we cannot see that, 10 million. So can we just therefore, in the proper time, remove this specter of abolishing it? Because this breeds instability in the department itself that says we create you, but we might dissolve you.
Anyway, part of the policy is to improve the situation in our own country without sending overseas abroad. So,
but what I'm saying,
only if the need arises. That's it. The power of Congress, anyway. So, I mean, it can come up after 10 years. It may not be necessary. So that is the oversight power of Congress, Mr. Speaker.
the law does not really allow us to speculate and say that that in 10 years we will not be able to need this department. If so, then we just retain the POA and the OWA. Just the case. This department should succeed. And I believe that this department is empowered to succeed in the generations to come because work will always be available abroad and our overseas Filipinos will be going always to greener
Anyway,
pastures.
Mr. Speaker, we are open to your suggestions.
So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to really thank our distinguished sponsor and of course my good friend, the co-sponsor, who had been able to at least hear what are the needs of our Filipinos abroad. And since I always see them, I would meet them and I would hear from them what are their needs, and these are the needs. And we hope that this department, I support this department, and I support, and I will be therefore be able to vote for this. I just want to make an assurance that the recurring problems are addressed in the very bill itself, so that there will be no ifs and buts. All of these agencies will have to be able to accede to the department's request for them to render their services abroad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished colleague.
Thank you, distinguished.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend consideration of House Bill number 5832 under Committee Report number 142.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Mendoza of TUCP Party List and the Honorable Marino of the 5th District of Batangas. We have with us OFW groups from Blas F. Oplep Policy Center, as well as CAMPI, Kakampi, United Filipino Seafarers, Alliance of OFW Inc., Kaagapay ng Bawat OFW, and FMWG.
To the guests of Honorable Mendoza and Honorable Marino, please rise. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session.
session suspended.
Okay na. i-delete.
ask Christine. If she's okay with her, it's okay with me. Huh? Oh, where's Sharky? Where's Sharky? I'm good. Huh? Where's...
Babes, ikaw na? Additional?
Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we include as an additional member on the Bicameral Conference Committee on the part of the House, on House Bill number 1026 and Senate Bill number 1074, an act increasing the excise tax on alcohol products, the Honorable Choderico Jaresco. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take up additional reference of business and request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure on first reading, as well as communications and resolutions. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the bills and resolutions.
Additional reference of business, committee report. Report number 158 of the Committee on Women and Gender Equality on House Bill number 5869.
To the Committee on Rules.
Report number 159 of the Committee on Health and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill number 5870.
To the Committee on Rules.
Report number 160 by the Committee on Health and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill number 5871.
To the Committee on Rules.
Report number 161 of the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill number 5872.
To the Committee on Rules.
Report number 162 of the Committee on Higher and Technical Education and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill number 5874.
To the Committee on Rules.
Report number 168 of the Committee on Foreign Affairs on House Resolution number 630.
To the Committee on Rules.
Report number 169 of the Committee on Foreign Affairs on House Resolution number 631.
To the Committee on Rules.
Report number 170 of the Committee on Foreign Affairs on House Resolution number 632.
To the Committee on Rules.
Report number 171 of the Committee on Foreign Affairs on House Resolution number 633.
To the Committee on Rules.
Report number 172 of the Committee on Foreign Affairs on House Resolution number 634.
To the Committee on Rules.
Report number 173 of the Committee on Transportation and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill number 5017.
To the Committee on Rules.
Report number 174 of the Committee on Transportation and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill number 2674.
To the Committee on Rules.
Report number 175 of the Committee on Transportation and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill number 5277.
To the Committee on Rules.
Report number 176 of the Committee on Transportation and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill number 5881.
To the Committee on Rules.
Report number 177 of the Committee on Transportation and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill number 5882.
To the Committee on Rules.
Report number 178 of the Committee on Transportation and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill number 5153.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable J. Lacson Noel for her manifestation.
Honorable Noel is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to make a manifestation of my vote in favor of House Bill number 5712. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move in an omnibus motion. I withdraw my motion, Mr. Speaker. I move that we recognize the Honorable Bernadette Herrera D. for her manifestation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Herrera D. is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to register my yes vote to House Bill 5712, Mr. Speaker, and manifest it.
Noted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move in an omnibus motion that we take up and consider local bills under House Bill number 5738 under Committee Report number 123, 5739 under Committee Report number 124, 5740 under Committee Report number 125, 5741 under Committee Report number 126, 5742 under Committee Report number 127, 5743 under Committee Report number 128, 5744 under Committee Report number 129, 5811 under Committee Report number 138, 624 under Committee Report number 139, 5831 under Committee Report number 141, 5840 under Committee Report number 143, 5849 under Committee Report number 145, 5850 under Committee Report number 146, 5851 under Committee Report number 147, 5852 under Committee Report number 148, 1061 under Committee Report 149, 1778 under Committee Report 150, 5853 under Committee Report 151, 5854 under Committee Report 152, 5855 under Committee Report 153, 5420 under Committee Report 155, 4773 under Committee Report 156, 5519 under Committee Report 157, 5870 under Committee Report number 159, 5871 under Committee Report 160, 5872 under Committee Report 161, 5874 under Committee Report 162, 5875 under Committee Report 163, 5876 under Committee Report 164, 5877 under Committee Report 165, 5878 under Committee Report 166, 5879 under Committee Report 167, 5017 under Committee Report 173, 2674 under Committee Report 174, 5277 under Committee Report 175, 5881 under Committee Report 176, 5882 under Committee Report 177, 5153 under Committee Report number 178. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Those in favor say aye.
Mr.
There an
Speaker,
objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, there being no members who wishes to interpolate on the said measure, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, there being no members nor committee proposal on amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve on second reading the foregoing House bills. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The aforementioned 38 bills is approved on second reading. Majority Leader,
Move to suspend session, Mr. Speaker.
session suspended.
kilala ko naman sir yung tao niyo.
Thank you. Say thank you, Nana. Madyo, oh. We will ride in his yacht tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. Uy, ayaw tell Dada, wala pa ano, wala pa na.
Sam, Sam. Kopi lang eh.
Lumayo ka daw sa kanya. Do not begin to the test, but deliver him. Oh? Yun naman gusto ni Papa Jack.
Lumapit ka sa bishop. Layuan mo si Lucifer. Lumapit ka sa bishop.
Pero Jack, yung buhok mo, pag ginano mo kay Jack, wala.
Pasok natin sa cup.
Yan ang fetish niya.
Nagaling din naman ang Benny, no? Layuan mo si Lucifer. Barjak. Barjak. Galing din ni Bishop eh. Layo, si Lucifer. Lumapit ka sa Bishop.
Ayan daw.
Dito naman daw.
total nimo, total nimo.
Sabi ko, sabi ko.
Namin akong final sa district na i-take ko sa mo karon, i-take ko sa imo. Laman. Pero anyway, kuha ko collection ko na business pa to. Okay, kaya ka na lagi i-text ko kayo. I-text ko na karon, yaman sa ako, i-text ko karon.
Paano magulo na? Ha? Ba yung
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 1026 and Senate Bill number 1074, amending certain sections of Republic Act number 8424 as amended, otherwise known as the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with our rules, I move that we ratify the said Bicameral Conference Committee report. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion to ratify the Bicameral Conference Committee report. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The Bicameral Conference Committee report is hereby ratified.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Minority Leader, Bienvenido Abante of the 6th District of Manila for his manifestation. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Bienvenido Abante is hereby recognized.
Mr. Speaker, please allow me to begin my statement with some verses from Ecclesiastes chapter 3. There is a time for everything and a season for every activity under heaven, a time to be born and a time to die, a time to plant and a time to uproot, a time to kill and a time to heal, a time to tear down and a time to build, a time to weep and a time to laugh, a time to mourn and a time to dance. The holiday season is considered a time for merriment and a time for glee, a time spent with loved ones and friends. Because it comes at the end of the year, it also becomes a season for reflection and introspection, a time to look back at the year that was and look forward to the year that will be. It also becomes a season for reflection and introspection for all of us. This humble representation would like to make a manifestation, one that comes on the heels of our triumphant hosting of the Southeast Asian Games and takes into account the productive first few months of the 18th Congress. As I look back at the accomplishments of the 18th Congress, I am filled with gratitude. I am grateful to my partners in the minority for their support and their cooperation, and to our colleagues in the majority for their willingness to work with us to do meaningful work for our constituents. I am grateful also to all those who made the SEA Games hosting a success, especially our esteemed House Speaker. If anything is to be gleaned from this and the products of our collective efforts in the House, it is that our theme for the SEA Games is 100% accurate. We win as one. Whether you are a member of the minority or the majority, at the end of the day, we all serve one master, the Filipino people. And when we work together to protect their interests and uphold their welfare, we win as one. Tingnan niyo naman po ang SEA Games. At the start, there was more focus on what we did wrong as hosts than what we did right. But with each passing day, there were more and more reasons to be proud. At the end of it all, we amassed an unprecedented tally of 149 gold medals, 117 silver medals, and 121 bronze medals. All in all, a total of 387 medals that made the Philippines the overall champion of the 2019 30th SEA Games, a far cry from 2005 when we last hosted this event and collected 291 medals. As we close the year and look back, let us take stock of what we have accomplished and enter the new year with this philosophy in mind. We win as one. Let us in Congress continue helping each other, challenging each other to become better legislators, and doing the work that must be done to benefit the Filipino people. This should be like the cry of the minority, unity in diversity. But the most important is, let me invite each one to reflect on the real reason for the season, which the book of Matthew recorded. And she shall bring forth a son, and thou shalt call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sins. A reflection of the coming of the Savior, the Lord Jesus, for those who will put his trust in him and accept him. A reflection of him giving his life for us, and a reminder that his coming means peace on earth, goodwill towards men. Maraming salamat po at maligayang Pasko sa inyong lahat. Magkita-kita po tayo January 20 of 2020. Magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we authorize all of the committees to conduct hearings even during the break.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn session until January 20 of 2020 at 3 in the afternoon. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Session adjourned until January 20, 2020 at 3 p.m.
Merry Christmas, everyone, and a Happy New Year.
Tripod na lang naiwan sa'yo ah.